correctly, sir? I'm always...
That was perfect.
Perfect. Great.
I appreciate Mike, though.
Mike. All right, Mike.
Or Obi.
Obi. The Army's talking about how it needs to transform and to modernize. That's, the conversation that the Army has pretty regularly, and it's good that you're always thinking about transforming and modernizing. But, during these times, you make big muscle movements. 7 years ago, Army Futures Command was that kind of big muscle movement to try to get things right. And, in addition to that, you had the Rapid Capabilities and Critical Technologies Office, and a number of other things to transform the Army. But you're doing that again, and you're making some really big changes. You've just stood up a new 4-star command in the Army, Transformation and Training Command. What's different this time about what when it comes to the restructuring of commands, reorganization, rethinking programs? How do you ensure that this is
By bringing T2Com, as you mentioned, back together, it's going to help us not just deliver stuff to the field, but an integrated capability on the back end of this.
So I think there are 3 subordinate commands within Transformation and Training Command. Can you talk a little bit about each one of those and how tying those together really makes sense when it comes to, the DOTML PF set there that you have to make sure that you're matching, that everyone's in the same room and you're matching requirements to training to who you recruit, things like that?
So if we think about transformation, adaptation, evolution, many times we think about it as what's here on the floor. It's technology, it's weapon systems, but it goes across the entire DOTML PF, and it goes to the business practices of the United States Army. So we have to structure ourselves differently, we have to make decisions differently, and we have to put different technology in the hands of the soldiers. The biggest part of aligning these commands is to take from requirements and ideation, experimentation, development, prototyping, to the acquisition and sustainment of under one accountable official.
So continuous transformation. You heard that a lot yesterday. That means that every day we get up, the Army's a little better. But inside of that, you design a force, you develop a force, and then you employ a force. And so the way T2Com will organize itself is FCC, which is the Future Concept, that are looking deep. They're the ones that are helping us understand what, not maybe how many divisions and divarties we need, but what general character to look like, say, 10 years from now. Combined Arms Center at Leavenworth, CAC, they're the ones that now do that I was talking about, through all the centers of excellence, all the force mod proponents, to ensure that our Army, can, as part of a joint force, can still execute combined arms maneuver. And then U.S. Army Recruiting Command, Johnny Davis, they generate the force for us. They bring it in through initial military training to make sure that we are generating a force that could then put all that stuff together.
What else are you considering in terms of, restructuring when it comes
than the AH-64 Echo, and it was twice the cost. And so the JLTV and the Humvee is a great one. We have over 100,000 Humvees. I think that's active duty soldiers, and it has done great work for us, but we need to be lighter, more transportable, and we're moving that forward with some of the systems that we have. So to answer your question, these things have been built over the years to the point where they were documented in ATI.
And reinforced through our transformation in contact, which is a subset of continuous transformation. These are the things that we know will not work in the next fight. We need to divest, cease procurement so that we can reinvest in things that we know will be effective in the next fight. And to the Humvee example, I came in the Army in 1981. The Humvee is almost as old as I am. The only thing that's a little bit older might be the tank, the Bradley, and the Paladin, and a couple other of our legacy systems. But 100,000, we need to move on to a different system.
Okay. Let's talk about transformation and contact. I think that there's a lot of really interesting things that soldiers are getting in their hands and trying out. We both visited these TIC units. Talk about some of your takeaways from getting out there and seeing what they're doing. And in addition to that, we're also getting to see innovate and invent their own capabilities out in the field. Have you seen some particular intriguing just coming from soldiers out there being able to do their own inventions, if you will? Lots of 3D printing.
Two thoughts on that. So number one is putting the requirements generators, the program offices, industry all together with the soldiers forward. And that's where innovation is going to happen very rapidly. We can make changes to programs based on direct soldier feedback. And when it comes to industry that is providing some of these, I ask them, are you out there? Are you in the field with the soldiers? And most of these companies are saying, yes, we have teams that are currently deployed with them. The second part is telling things you can see is right upstairs. 2 soldiers from the 101st Airborne with a small quadcopter drone that they produce right there at Fort Campbell. They can make about 30 a day. They cost $750. All but 2 of the parts are made in the United States. And they are using them at the combat training centers and in training every day in the 101st Airborne. And not just that, but they are tied in electronically with what's happening in the same vein in Germany and in the 173rd Airborne. They share files. They use common open software for these tactical products. That's really compelling to see because the soldiers and the age that they are, not like us, they inherently get this technology and they can put it to use very quickly.
The other example I would provide, we knew, given where we think the land forces need to be in the Pacific, that our light formations, our infantry brigade combat teams, they needed to be more agile, more lethal, lighter, greater mobility, greater firepower. And so that's why we started with the 3 tick brigades and how would we convert them. So as we sat in the Pentagon, the big question is, everybody knows we're going with drone warfare. How many drones does a brigade combat team need? Is that 100, 200, 300? I don't know. With more than that they asked for. Because we knew that those soldiers would come back and tell us the number is 382 or whatever it ends up being. And that's probably okay this year. But next year it might be different. Same thing with mobility. We thought that a mobile brigade combat team would need about 80 to 90 infantry squad vehicles. That was not correct. But that feedback that we got directly from those soldiers from the 20th helped inform data-driven, soldier-informed that design for the mobile brigade combat team, which normally takes 3 to 5 years.
I wanted to ask about some announcements on where the department is headed, where the Army is headed when it comes to acquisition reform. What are some of the broad brush strokes, though, for that you need to have when it comes to reforming acquisition?
Well, I think we talked a little bit about the Department of War is going to put out their acquisition reform guidance, and we're going to be nested under that. And I think that we've indicated some of the large brush strokes that will consolidate some, will put requirements to sustainment. One thing that's very difficult to tackle is culture. And you and I chatted, and our workforce has adapted to the system that we have. And it's easy to go our folks about you need to culturally change. You need to accept more risk. The fact is that doesn't change. Risk is a zero-sum game. If we drive all of our risk, transferring it to the operational force, or we're transferring it to the budget. So we have to balance that with calculated risk, and the only way to do that is we change the incentive structure for those in the acquisition process. Humans will inherently behave the way that they are incentivized, and so that means they are evaluating calculated risks that they take.
The other thing I would add on that one is, because you mentioned Gray Eagle and some of the other UAVs, those requirements were written in the 90s. They were fielded in the early 2000s. 25, and we know where drone technology has come. When we buy the next tank, we're probably going to have that for a while. Organic IT systems inside of it, we should be able to rapidly change, but we're going to have that frame for a very long time. But when it comes to things that move inside the tech cycle, every 12 to 18 months where you're churning out much better and greater capabilities that are out there, we don't want to be stuck with programs for decades. We want to be able to buy tranches, whatever the best 1,000 of, pick a system that's out there this year, something better will be out the next year, and we'll buy 1,000 of those because of the integration and the way our soldiers will be able to adopt it.
On things like building mass amounts of drones, or how are you preparing industry or to build the amount of drones you may need, and not knowing particularly how many you do need? How are you preparing the industrial base for that?
Yeah, so our organic industrial base, 23 plants, arsenals, and depots, strategic depth. The problem is we have a 57% direct hour decrease in labor. And so we own these. We're not going to get rid of them. They go back to World War II, and we have to modernize how they do things. That goes to Army Materiel Command and the Army senior leadership. One of the initiatives that a lot of is Sky Foundry. So producing most of the components of cheap, attritable drones can be done at some of these organic industrial sites, right? So brushless motors, the bodies, the propellers, and other things like that. Then we can bring in industry for some of the more unique modular components to the Vice's point earlier.
Chris Mohan is standing right behind us. Hi, Chris Mohan. Good to see you. He's leading. Oh, he's up next. Good. You'll get to ask him some detailed questions. So I won't steal your thunder, Chris. Oh, but next year, 10,000 a month, or 10,000. Yeah, 10,000 a month. When we build our second Sky Foundry, 20,000 a month. The only thing that he can't build today is the controller, the viewer, or the brushless motors. Next year, he'll be able to build those brushless motors. We eventually can get to the whole thing. And so that's how we go to the scope and scale, is what can we do internally? And you heard the Secretary talk about this fuse and how we work better with like a venture capitalist-like organization, because we can get it going and then we can help industry scale.
Yeah, and you are actually conducting a Shark Tank here at AUSA to do just that on the fuse program. So I know we have like maybe 30 seconds left, but if you want to just highlight how you're going about this program, the fuse program, where you behave more like a venture capitalist in the Army.
Thanks. So as the Secretary talked about yesterday, we have $750 million that's increasing next year to invest in compelling, needed technologies from companies that may not have the current private capital investment that they need. The second part is to private investors. And then the third is we had a roundtable portfolio value from private capital to talk about some of the things that we have to press forward with our installations bases and organic industrial base. And all of it ties together. And I think Chris can talk a little bit more about the OIB.
Yeah, and what I'll finish with, Jen, just kind of weave the themes together. Last year you heard the accelerator. This year we heard the Secretary yesterday talk about turbocharge, because financial situation that the Army's in, we cannot afford not to go as fast as we are right now.
All right, and with that, thank you, gentlemen, for joining me here at AUSA. I know you have busy schedules. I'll let you get off and go see some more really interesting tech and really interesting companies. out of the organic industrial base, and where do you think your recommendations are headed?
Yeah, so thanks for the opportunity to come talk to you as well, Jen. I always enjoy. Is our effort to really chart the future of the organic industrial base from what the output is going to be. We've been we're 3 years into a 15-year process to modernize, but we spent a lot of time and a lot of money on just modernize the physical plant, power lines, infrastructure, et cetera, et cetera. And so now we're focused on, okay, what is the output that is required from the organic industrial base? Because we've got some challenges. So our rates are continue to rise, which makes us non-competitive with other facilities, other companies, et cetera. And we don't want to compete, right? We want to get the things in the organic industrial base, the capability that the United States of America absolutely needs to have organically. So we got to figure that out. But what we've seen is a significant reduction in the amount of workload. As we've modernized, we bought new kit, we just have and remanufacturing of a lot of different things. And so we're scoping the problem out. The other thing that we're doing with this is that real estate, location. Our organic industrial based facilities, a lot of them sit astride not only strategic transportation nodes, because that's why they were built in the first place, trafficability, but also they have access to water, have access to power. So we've gone through and we've identified as part of this, we've visited every single one of our bases. We're collecting data from quantitative and also doing interviews with leaders. But we're looking for targets of where we can attract private industry to come in and take advantage of real estate that we have and the capability that we have. And so we've identified several opportunities: data, rare earth storage and shipping, which we do already. And so we've identified those. And then so we're about 60 days in. My requirement is to give a back brief to the Army leadership, to Army senior leaders, the middle of next month. And then we'll take that across the hill. Or across the river to the hill. We've already given them a kind of, hey, here's our first look of some of the challenges we have. But the end state is to reimagine and then deliver to the Army leaders, our Army leaders, concrete things that we can do to make the OIB better.
Okay. Talk a little bit more about the workload, the workforce. That's a pretty tough problem. You're competing with the commercial sector. What are some of the challenges specifically related to that? And have you identified any potential areas where you could find improvement when it comes to that?
Yeah, so we've got examples of where we have taken risk as a command and said, hey, we're going to do this because we see readiness challenges and really re-wickered money. So the biggest one we have right now is our operational readiness program. It's a pilot program we're doing in conjunction with ForceCom that really focuses the output of the OIB not from a fleet-based model, but to a unit-based model. Unit's going to go to overseas. What can we do to make them as lethal as possible so when they get to General Donahue in Europe, that he has a brigade that is the most lethal brigade that we can give him. And so we've seen that as a model that has led to the Army recognizing that, hey, this is a good thing. And so we got more money. And so then when we get more money, we do more rotations, more brigades, which then allows us to smooth the supply chain. So we're rebuilding Bradleys, M88s, PLSs, et cetera. So for the 1st Brigade, 1st Infantry Division, we did 58 different Abrams, 9 Bradleys, et cetera, which then allowed them, as one of the oldest fleets in the Army, before they went to Europe, they had the highest readiness rate of any brigade in the Army. And so along with giving them new vehicles, we also give them training. And we give them extra maintenance capability, but the training piece is really positive. So we see this as a model, and the Army's recognized it. So we will do our first rebuild of M88s in about 15 years, where we're going to do a big program.
Definitely need to do now because you don't have
the readiness is challenged.
plan for the
Absolutely.
Yeah.
So we've cut the 88
Yeah,
A3,
that's not happy. Yeah.
and the A2 now is a challenged fleet for us. And so not only are we going to do the rebuild program at Anniston, but right now at NIAR, National Institute for Avionics Research, a strategic partner of ours, we sent them an 88 about 60 days ago, and they are taking it apart and digitally scanning every part on that 88 to create a digital twin that is designed for advanced manufacturing. And so we will be able to, and we've already given them a list, hey, here are the parts that we have that are challenged in the supply chain, and they are helping us so that we can advance manufacture those parts to feed the production line, which will then feed the units, and smooth that supply chain out.
Okay. Speaking of broadly, not just M88s, but across the board, what are some of your biggest concerns when it comes to supply chain when you're trying to, say, mass produce drones or add to the stockpiles of our munitions, for instance? What are some of the things that you're concerned about? You talked about how there's potential for partnerships on an installation for rare earths activity there. That industry doesn't really exist in the U.S. So how are you getting after some of these?
Yes.
Rare earths is in everything.
Yeah. So just for the rare earth example, look, we not only have the real estate. There's a company that wants to put a facility on one of our organic industrial base sites, but there's also, in some cases, we sit atop things we're really interested in, like lithium. And so the idea of building this facility on one of our depots, mine the lithium, and then as payment in kind, we get lithium to feed production, which we're in the process of ramping up our UAS program. So we're going to build, hopefully by this time next year, we'll be building 10,000 a month. And so that's a significant amount of battery capability. The other piece that I will tell you about our supply chain is that we're working very hard for a traditional Class 9 repair parts to not only bring all the parts that we have out in units to record so we can see them, but also to rebuild the strategic depth that we lost in the COVID years. And so we're establishing additional theater stockages in CONUS to complement what we have overseas as well. And we're doing that as strategic transportation hubs in the United States.
That's very interesting.
Yeah.
In terms of mass producing drones, you have an effort that you are engaged in to ramp up the drone production within the organic industrial base. I made it out to Rock Island to see part of that. So talk about what you're trying to achieve there, and are you running into any challenges to get to where you want to go?
Yeah. So we've got a Group 2 UAS. You've seen it. We just shipped our first 25 systems to the National Training Center. We have enough kit right now to build 1,000 of them. What capability, we're going to replace the parts to the point where we get to a UAS that there are very few commercial parts that we have to buy. Now, some things we're not going to manufacture. Cameras. There's U.S. sources for the small cameras. You heard the Vice talk about the controllers and the goggles. That's a 2 or 3 year sprint. But if we find enough U.S. manufacturers, we won't manufacture the bodies. We're doing the wiring harnesses. We 3D print microelectronics. And so we just have to scale that. The brushless motors, to manufacture the brushless motors.
Process.
And everybody else is competing for that same machinery. And so it continues to slip to the right. But the end state is that we are shipping low-cost drones to multiple places in the Army. So I mentioned NTC.
You're doing a lot of things differently, or trying to get started on doing things differently within the industrial base. What are the concerns coming from the industry? Where are you hearing, maybe some concerns about competition with the organic industrial base? And what do you say to industry, who are expressing?
Is 10,000 drones enough for the United States Army? I don't know. I don't know. If you look at what our potential adversaries are producing, it's not enough. And so there is space in here, in this concept, to buy and to partner with industry, particularly small companies. What if a small company has a really great idea but doesn't have the manufacturing into the organic industrial base and get access to the great I think the Secretary was very clear yesterday, and my message to industry is: look, we want to get to this where we have the tech data because it saves us a lot of time. But if not, and we can't get the parts, hey, don't be surprised when we just start fixing things and building parts, because we're doing it already. We can't wait. Act, which started out as canteens, where cigarettes and coffee, right? It morphed into, well, canteens became more, snack bars, and then it morphed into cafeterias, and then there was some action taken years ago that said, hey, military dining facilities should be considered cafeterias. And so, and it was a legal action taken by our own people, right? And so then there's the Randolph-Shepard Act. We don't, the majority of our dining facilities, we don't contract with companies. We sign contracts with states. And the states then become the prime contractor, and they sub it out to these small businesses that in some cases are just shell companies for other businesses. I mean, it's the contracts cost us 30% more. They prevent us from getting the large scale management like you see at our college campuses. And I think as a taxpayer who's had a bunch of kids go to college, our soldiers deserve just as good or better than my kids did at the University of Alabama. And the reality is, Jen, is that we're doing for our own soldiers. And so the Secretary has led the charge in breaking that model. So what you're going to see is a dining facility that is much more open and welcoming, a minimum of 5 stations, a dietitian on staff, a professional chef running it. And the model is the more people they feed, the more money they make. So it's not a set-based capability like we have right now. We have blown the model up. And so we believe that when you bring those commercial practices in, they will be incentivized. And the more people you feed, the more industry partner who Compass out of North Carolina, who does college campuses, they do your airport lounges, they have the industrial management, and they're very high quality. And we're 5 locations. The first one opened in January timeframe, probably at Fort Hood. We're going to go to Bragg first, but probably we'll go to Fort Hood, and we're going to try to do them simultaneously.
Okay. All right. Well,
but we're
hopefully
excited. And we're writing the next contract for the next tranche.
Okay.
Because the Army said, hey, Mohan, go fast.
Okay.
And so we're going to go fast.
All right. Well, thank you so much for joining me here at AUSA. I hope you enjoy the rest of your show.
Absolutely. Thanks, Jen. Really appreciate it.
your first use of, some of the large language model app. It's just time to get started and start that path and get on that journey and do the little things so we can today and then continue to build off that. Thanks, Keith.
Excellent. I think we're going. And so, Ken, first question for you. Given obviously the recent geopolitical conflicts where we've been able to see how autonomous systems is changing the battle space, right? How is the Army adapting its doctrine, its force structure to incorporate kind of lessons learned from the
to hear about some of these other things as they come online to help us make good decisions quicker and really empower the soldiers.
I like that idea of being uncomfortable because we kind of like the world to be deterministic, but in reality we live in a probabilistic world, and we have to really embrace that statistical probabilistic approach, which is we could be
with our lattice capability within that, I think that's really foundational. So building that architecture out foundationally initially, and then I think it's really the software development kits and the ability to bring third party in and be open so that you can integrate new capabilities at speed. And we talk about integrate, we're talking about days, weeks, as opposed to months and years. And so I think it's a combination of that openness and the speed and having that base data layer available to those capabilities and bring them in. And so I think foundationally we've been successful because we have that, and it's really the glue that brings this all together. I also think that we've achieved some balance, and I have to give props to a good friend of mine, Andrew Carter, who looks at, if you look at each of us as the edge compute, and you look at our phone device as really the cloud. I operate on a daily basis on the edge, right here in my very small hard drive with very little compute, and I think there are people in the crowd that would absolutely confirm that. But I'm walking on the edge, working that same thing as air systems, ground systems, but every once in a while, I need something smarter with larger compute, larger data models, and I need the connectivity. And so I think as we think about this, you have to have that flexibility, that understanding of when do I need to operate on the edge, and then when can I operate off the cloud to provide that additional compute, the additional data, everything that we talked about here, and then making sure that, going back to the discussion earlier, that we have those data links and we have the pipes to do that, but it's not wasted data. And it goes back to the lessons that we've learned about FMV. It's lessons we've learned about just what do we really need of that data. There's got to be a, first of all, a common standard of how we're going to push data, but then also how are we sifting through that data so that it's only what's required and we're not just sending everything back.
Yeah, it seems like it's a paradigm shift in how we think about systems, where it's easy to build systems that you can control centrally, and that's kind of how it's like that. It's kind of mimics that top-down command and control structure that we're all very comfortable with. But when we're talking about edge and limited, when can you access, when you can't, it's really a distributed model, which I think was what you're talking about with the data mesh kind of approach. And that's interesting. The question is, some of it is technological, some of it is policy, some of it's just, conceptual. We have to kind of rethink the way we build systems more from the bottom up in a more distributed manner. So anyway, I think that's a good point. Yeah, go ahead, Josh.
Yeah, I was going to jump in, and I think Ken said something. He said, get to the one-to-many.
Yep.
I would say, let's go ahead and set that bar out further. Let's get to none-to-many.
Yeah.
Those capabilities should be out there, and we should be able to access them at the time and place that we need to access them. Other than that, we shouldn't be interacting with them. And so we get past the control discussion, and we really get to where those capabilities are doing missions as opposed to individual tasks, which is where we kind of are today. They're executing their missions. They know when to report. And then they're bringing the human in the loop at that time and space required. And so that significantly cuts our data requirements, knowing that, hey, they're operating out there autonomously, and we're able to interact them. And I go back to, once again, when you have that data mesh where you can actually interact at that level, you're managing systems as opposed to then requiring data leaks for every single one. And so
you're kind of inferring that agentic a little bit later. John, so you're having a lot of innovative activities. The commercial to kind of bridge the gap in
a little bit here. I mean, I think you scale up, get. I want to train soldiers on how to use a system. I need to bring a bunch of equipment. I need to set it up. I need to get everything that exists in the cloud as a way to have. Obviously, that isn't going to. We're at the edge and we don't have that connection. That's how we decision on platform. I have to make those a little bit more information.
but it's on platform making a decision that not every piece of data that the engineers love, driving down the road, great, needs to be shared. But what are those anomalies that need to be quickly shared, packaged, fed back into the cloud, fed back into the COE environment, and quickly iterated on so that we can make real-time changes that normally don't take weeks. I mean, that's what they're about, weeks, but make hours. Like, we have seen an anomaly, either with the enemy or our system, that we need to quickly change. And how do we capture that very quickly so that we can make that change, not only on that platform, but propagate it across all the platforms and air and ground systems so that we can quickly identify. And so that's not all data is good data. All it is good, but some of the things, especially when we start talking about in that environment, how do we prioritize on platform to share that piece of information? Because it may only be, you guys are going to fix bandwidth, right? But until that happens, it's that small package, it's that anomaly, and start identifying that so that we can truly make a difference quickly, because it's not about if, it's about when, and how do we adapt to that.
Yeah, I like the comment, particularly around propagating that information, right? Because when I guess the layman thinks about autonomous systems, they think about the single drone that's doing its one thing. But in warfare, or really any complex environment, it's going to be a multi-domain autonomous systems at scale. And then and the key is you don't want to relearn the same lessons over and over again. You want to learn it once, get the anomaly back, and then figure out how you propagate that new knowledge across that fleet. It's like fleet management at scale, right?
Absolutely.
So I love that. And Matt, do you have any thoughts on this? Because I think you mentioned this a little bit earlier around that virtuous cycle. So if you could maybe comment on what your approach to that is, and also off camera, we talked a little bit about Gen AI and natural language interfaces. I'd love to hear a little more about that and what your concepts are in that area.
Yeah, for sure. So the first thing that I would highlight to Ken's point is this idea of agent to agent will become a thing soon. So it won't be one to many or even none to many. It'll be agents communicating
none to none
to none to get the mission accomplished. So, for example, go back to my
taking it to the next level.
Yeah. So
he always does that.
Imagine, right? An agent knows about an inventory of these computer vision models that I mentioned, and sitting on some piece of hardware at a forward operating location, there's a registry of all these models, right? Another agent might know how to work a radio, or might know how to use 3 radios. Then they can start talking about, okay, in order to complete the mission, how do I get an updated model? Because I can't do what I've been asked to do. I need the model that's back at the wherever it is, and get it deployed automatically. I see a world where agents can start doing that. We've started exploring this space, as Keith mentioned a little bit, back to the phone, right? Phones are great computers, by the way. Yeah. They can do a lot on your modern smartphone, right? We were toying with the idea of completely eliminating knowledge of autonomy to complete an autonomous mission. So if anybody's ever heard of Wicker is our secure communications platform. It's an enterprise-grade version of encrypted chat. What if you can have a conversation with a drone swarm planning API without actually knowing what an API is? What you do is you tell it what you're trying to do. The planning API will come back with a proposed mission. The agent will ask you if you'd like to launch the mission, and then it'll make another call with one of its tools to go actually execute that mission. We've done the same thing with RF. So bridging the humble radio into one of these agents by just taking spoken words and creating a call to that same tool to go plan and execute a mission. So I think we need to be cognizant not only of where we want to go, but also the tools that we have available. And if we're making it easier for these agents to get the pieces and parts and to adapt to an ever-changing environment, that's what I think we're going to see a lot more of.
And you want, Josh, you want to comment?
Keith, I really just wanted to add that I love this line of discussion because so much we talk about AI and ML and autonomy at the vehicle level. And what you're talking about is really taking outside and really at the human level.
The pocket level.
And you think about our talks or the individual and getting into that. So I think that's another piece of autonomy that we get into our tactical operations centers and our operations processes, our standard battle drills, just some of the mundane things that we do that could be better done using AI ML behaviors. And then I think we get to that data discussion where maybe we cut down on some of the network traffic because we don't have to do those type of coordination.
From an AI standpoint, and not to steal the AI thunder here, but we did an exercise recently which was about public safety and disaster response, where we're trying to figure out how to monitor radio traffic with these agents and figure out when we'd get something like a distress call. And if we were able to locate on a map or in a common operating picture, where this call was potentially coming from. But as everybody knows, with radio, unless you have, a coordinate, you don't actually know where it's coming from. The best thing you could probably do based on visual cues is launch a drone or two to go find out, right? And you have to go to that lowest start. So it could start in a pocket, it could start with a radio, it could start at a C2 node where you just have to plan for it all.
I did have one thing to add there.
Go ahead, John, yeah.
And maybe I'll be like the naysayer in the crowd and make sure we don't gear ourselves up too far. It's like, I think you have to be very careful not to forget that you need assured control on platforms. And we can't just have the systems adapt immediately to environments. There's process that needs to go into that, and I think this goes again to the data problem, and all of this is I think there's tasks that are well suited to this needs to adapt very quickly on the battlefield, and then there's other pieces where you have to be more nuanced and you have to deal with building in the logistics chain, if you will, that manages the terabytes or petabytes of data and turns that into hey, here's a new assured model that's going to allow the system to operate. I think that's something you see very quickly, especially I think with the ground systems, is that connection between movement and then the maneuver tasks feels very abstracted, but in reality they're very coupled, and so you just have to be careful how you pull that line. I think this is what we're trying to do.
Thanks for bringing us back to reality, John.
Sorry,
I appreciate it.
Josh.
We were on a roll there. We were just spinning. But you're absolutely right. And I can't help but going back to my initial discussion of, hey, let's just get started and get on that path and get moving and see how far we can go together. And I think it'd be amazing.
Yeah. And so, John, I want to come back to you because I want to make sure you keep us grounded very well. So I want to make sure I give you your air time here, not the hot air that we're kind of exuding right now. So you meant two topics. One, I'm going to give you kind of a complicated question here, so you have as much time as you want. You mentioned assured control, right? I think that's very important. I wonder if you could kind of enlighten us a little bit on what Overland AI is doing around assured control, because Ken and I were kind of riffing on this idea of a probabilistic world, right? Yeah. And that's fine, but at the end of the day, you still need to know that if I say to do something, it's going to get done the right way. And so that's a deterministic approach that we need to make sure we don't throw the baby out with the bathwater. And then on that kind of compute area, we're talking a lot about compute, phones. Some of the AI that we're going to be using or process control is going to happen at the edge. We're going to use the compute at the edge. Sometimes we need to go back and use the compute in the cloud or in the enterprise. How do you think about those trade-offs when you're thinking about ground control?
Yeah, sure. So I'll work backwards and see where we get to and recenter me if I need to.
We like that.
We think about, again, you can't do anything with a ground system without it being able to effectively move through the environment. Not with a remote operator joysticking it. We're not going to be able to rely on that kind of comms. And so you have to be closing those loops immediately. So we push a lot of compute to the edge to be able to support that, be able to understand the environment, make decisions about it, and then move through it. You can embed a certain amount of intent and a certain amount of mission tasking and understanding of what the true goal was that was perhaps given by a commander at that level. And those systems can certainly react to that, but they're going to have their local picture and they're going to have their history and what they've been able to build up around the world. And so that inevitably is going to get older and older and more stale with respect to the overall battlefield. And so we're looking to either like multi-agent, like talking to other systems that are in the same environment as you, or reaching back to higher echelons to get maybe geospatial information, intelligence assets about like what else is happening in the world, to improve those decisions. But again, like the decisions are still going to be made like on the platform, because like you have to be able to continue making that decision even when connection is reduced. And this goes back then to how, I mean, I also really like this idea of like you have to be uncomfortable with the unknown. I think is essentially the idea. I think autonomy is the key to that. These systems are going to go out, they're going to do things in the same way that a human-operated vehicle would. They're going to go out, they're going to lose comms. You have to trust that they're going to be able to either accomplish their mission, or if they can't, they're going to follow contingency plans. They're going to maybe move back to places where they can communicate. They're going to move back to secondary objectives, things like this. And so assured control really turns into like baking that reliability and resilience into the platform, and then ensuring that like through your testing and validation of these systems, you're able to prove that.
And on that assured control, Ken, for you, do you envision that we will continue, that we will be building intentionally kind of rate limiters into kind of our AI systems, so that there will be human kind of checkpoints along the way? And I'll start with you, and then I want to see if there's any counterpoints across industry on this as well, because of this, embracing probabilistic but still need a deterministic at some level, right? Because at the end of the day, it's going to be a human that's going to take responsibility for anything that's going to be happening here. So what's your thoughts on like intentionality on architectural choices that require kind of human checkpoints along the way?
No, and it's a great conversation, and we've had it many times. And I think it's one is starting to be comfortable what we're allowing autonomy to do, and then start deciding on what are those key decisions that we want to make sure that humans make every time. And I default to the very simple answer is lethal force. We still want to make sure that if there is a choice about lethal application of violence, that a human is making that, and that our soldiers are making that. Mm-hmm. And then after that, it's about starting to become comfortable. It's about, as systems get better, being willing to make more informed decisions, and being comfortable, being uncomfortable, and then moving forward as technology enables us to.
Mm-hmm. Anybody have any other thoughts on that?
Yeah,
Josh?
I would say when we look at the systems, I absolutely agree with Ken. But I also want to make sure that I give commanders the option. And so with that, where we draw those lines, when we look at our systems, we think the autonomy should be able to take them the whole way through, but you would be able to interact at any point along that way, and it would give you options, and that would be a commander's option to dial that up and dial that down, in accordance with the rules of engagement. And so I think it's important for us in development to not let policy necessarily limit us right now, but just understand the limitations and build that flexibility into the system so that we can do that, because there's time and a space on the battlefield for all of that and for those decisions. So I never want to take a decision out of a commander's hands. I want to give that commander their full capability to let them make those risk decisions at that time. But absolute great point, and agree with Ken's points.
Okay, now I'm going to push you. I'm going to push this a little bit further, and I'm going to ask you to take the opposite approach. Okay, is there an environment or a future where autonomous systems can become too predictable? Like, and do we need to use the generative, creative approaches that come out from large language models to help autonomous systems maintain tactical surprise? What are any thoughts on that, Matt? Go ahead.
I have a thought there. I mean, go back to what I was saying about agents working together, right? An agent could be a mission planner. An agent can have a persona of a certain adversary, or maybe it's not an adversary, maybe it's a friendly, right? Being able to feed those decisions that those models make, they get really creative if you let them. They're also really good at taking in historical context for the question that you've asked them to do, right? That can be as real time as you want it. And I absolutely see a world where these agents will start proposing what to do. And then, I totally acknowledge the comment around adjudication for certain types of activities, but leave it up to developers to figure out how to put that into the stack. And it shouldn't be a limit of technology at all.
Yeah. Okay, so we need to balance kind of a new world of probabilistic with assured control, but also potentially harness the creativity that can come from agents. Hey, this is easy, right? One question for you, Ken, is: do you think there's going to be like a kind of new occupational specialties that the Army is going to need to think about in order to kind of take full advantage of what industry is proposing here?
So I think the Army has demonstrated over the years we're adaptive, and we've been talking a lot about it. So I think when there's an opportunity, and I'm not a force management guy, right? That's not what I do. But what I have seen is when the call and need happens, we adapt. And I refer to our leadership now. We are going to be more adaptive to put the priority back on taking care of soldiers. And I'm confident the leadership will say, hey, you know what? It's time to change. Or we just may repurpose what we're already doing. As systems get better and they modernize, it's a natural evolution of, hey, I know you used to do this, but now you're empowered with these new tools, and really just make them better. Mm-hmm. I mean, that's really where we look for autonomy, which is make the soldier better at what they do and reduce their burden.
Excellent. So we're kind of coming up on time here. I think we've had a great discussion, but I want to give you one more opportunity to kind of prognosticate into the future here. So thinking like 3 to 5 years out, right? What do you think uncrewed autonomous systems? What's going to be their biggest impact that they're going to contribute 3 to 5 years out from now? And if there is any example of like what kind of where you're seeing that even happening right now, feel free to kind of offer that. We'll start at the far end, and we'll work our way back this way. So, Josh, I will start with you.
Yeah, I appreciate you throwing it down this way, Keith. First, I was hoping to see the thoughts of all the smart people up here on the panel, and then I was just going to mimic their replies.
Just use your phone.
So I probably should pick up my phone and help my compute. But, going back to your question, in 3 to 5 years, I think that we can utilize autonomy to really get the best out of our humans. And I know that may not be always the right answer, but if I can unload the human brain from what I would call the dull, the dirty, the daily grind type of work, and really encourage thought, curiosity, audacity, all those innate human, morals, ethics, all those things that we talk about, if I can unleash that on the problem sets that we're talking about today, that I think that's the victory. And so it goes back to, I think we'll start to achieve some balance, and we'll unburden the human mind with some of the things that we have today that really draw back from their thinking. I even go back to an example is, let's just talk planning. Planning at the division level, important, obviously. We all understand that. But the individual that's executing that planning probably hasn't slept in 24 to 48 hours. Because of just what we're talking about today. So if we can give that individual back that time, that space, that ability to think and really use the human mind for what it's best, then I think that's the victory. And that's where I see it in 3 to 5 years, is giving that back to our soldiers.
Excellent. That's a great point. Matt.
I completely agree, but I think there's a way to bridge what Josh just said to the physical space. So examples like shoring up communicator challenges, right? So repeaters in the sky. I want to go create a bubble in a place where there isn't a comms bubble. Okay. Autonomous platform that can self-heal to any sort of environment, and their mission is to just keep the man-A working. Right? That's not a task that needs a decision on some sort of weapons release or anything like that, but it's something that could become difficult for a human to do because maybe they can't get to the right places to do it. And I think we'll find a long list of those types of tasks where autonomy will play a big role. Same goes for intelligence gathering, right? Sensors keep evolving. New ways to interrogate the data, both in the field and back in other environments. Another good example.
Excellent. Great. John.
I'll take it even more physical. I feel like very strongly that in 3 to 5 years, we're looking at like actual force projection of being able to like keep people farther from the danger. And so it's not just about like helping them make decisions, but also like helping them like take actions on those that either getting in more information or being able to put sensors, effectors farther out. I think this is totally within scope for the next 3 to 5 years.
Excellent. And Ken, keep us grounded here. Keep us in reality.
So I'll keep it simple, right? So 3 to 5 years, we need to continue to protect our best and most important resource, which is a soldier, and then use these systems to make them more lethal, and then better, you fill in the blank. You guys got it, right? You said it all. But most important part is we know robots and autonomy will dominate the battlefield of the future, and that we will lead. That's the bottom line. That's what we do best.
Love it. Protect our most precious asset, make them more lethal. And I think that's a great way to kind of wrap this up. That's what we're all here for, to help you achieve that goal, that mission. And so with that, I want to thank my august panel members' wonderful insights. Thank you all for joining us. And that will conclude our Autonomy and Uncrewed Autonomous Systems panel.
As new technologies and emerging threats reshape the battlefield, so too must the strategies that ensure readiness, resilience, and deterrence. Defense News is confronting the toughest questions facing our forces, from modernization and force posture to multi-domain operations and alliance building. We are the authoritative, independent voice for the global defense community. With reporters stationed around the world, we deliver trusted, timely, and in-depth coverage of defense policy, technology, leadership, and innovation. Defense leaders rely on us to start the conversations that matter. Clarity, credibility, always placing the facts first. At Defense News, our mission is to inform, connect, and challenge the defense community, because the future depends on getting it right. As new technologies and emerging threats reshape the battlefield, so too must the strategies that ensure readiness, resilience, and deterrence. Defense News is confronting the toughest questions facing our forces, from modernization and force posture to multi-domain operations and alliance building. We are the authoritative, independent voice for the global defense community. With reporters stationed around the world, we deliver trusted, timely, and in-depth coverage of defense policy, technology, leadership, and innovation. Defense leaders rely on us to start the conversations that matter. Clarity, credibility, always placing the facts first. At Defense News, our mission is to inform, connect, and challenge the defense community, because the future depends on getting it right. Technologies and emerging threats reshape the battlefield, so too must the strategies that ensure readiness, resilience, and deterrence. Defense News is confronting the toughest questions facing our forces, from modernization and force posture to multi-domain operations and alliance building. We are the authoritative, independent voice for the global defense community. With reporters stationed around the world, we deliver trusted, timely, and in-depth coverage of defense policy, technology, leadership, and innovation. Defense leaders rely on us to start the conversations that matter. Clarity, credibility, always placing the facts first. At Defense News, our mission is to inform, connect, and challenge the defense community, because the future depends on getting it right. As new technologies and emerging threats reshape the battlefield, so too must the strategies that ensure readiness, resilience, and deterrence. Defense News is confronting the toughest questions facing our forces, from modernization and force posture to multi-domain operations and alliance building. We are the authoritative, independent voice for the global defense community. With reporters stationed around the world, we deliver trusted, timely, and in-depth coverage of defense policy, technology, leadership, and innovation. Defense leaders rely on us to start the conversations that matter. Clarity, credibility, always placing the facts first. At Defense News, our mission is to inform, connect, and challenge the defense community, because the future depends on getting it right.
Hi, I'm Jen Judson, land warfare reporter for Defense News, and I'm here with Morten Brandtzæg, President and CEO of NAMO. Thank you for joining me. It's great to see you again. I've seen you, I think, kind of all over the world. It's good to see you here in the United States. I wanted to ask you about some U.S. Army programs since we are here at AUSA. NAMO and Boeing recently tested a 155 millimeter ramjet artillery round. You've been in tests with that. That's a key U.S. Army priority. How close are you to fielding that capability, and what hurdles remain before you can enter the Army service with this capability?
We have done very successful testing. I think on the propulsion side, it's demonstrated that this works very fine. We have some work to do in the front end. We work together with Boeing on that. But we are a few years away from fielding it, I think. And this has the opportunity to become really a game changer when it comes to artillery range.
Yep. Talk a little bit more, what is ramjet for folks that are not familiar with the technology?
Yeah, so it's basically an air breather. It means that when you blow with your mouth into a fireplace, you get more air out of the fireplace, more heat. Basically, in a traditional solid rocket motor, you bring the oxidizer with you, travels with you. But in a ramjet, you have it eats air from the outside, so it has typically an inlet, and you need to accelerate the motor to about Mach 2.4 for it to start. So it needs some kind of a booster. But after that, it can fly very long, but because it doesn't carry the oxidizer. So it's a good economy. We have focused very much on solid fuel ramjets. Well, they have less complicated parts, and of course we need to launch this through a artillery gun, and that's a load of 15,000 G. So that's you need to try that a couple of times before it works.
A lot of work to do there. Okay. You actually just had a groundbreaking ceremony in Perry, Florida, I believe for tactical rocket motors. Talk about how you're working to ramp up production for these rocket motors. Rocket motors are very much needed, and the industry is growing in the U.S. What lessons have you learned about scaling manufacturing in the U.S., and where do you still see bottlenecks in this area?
I think that there are some critical things that hits us both from the war in Ukraine, but also from the rebuild up of the war stocks in the West. And it's clearly demonstrated that on the missile side, building capacity for the rocket motors, and on the ammunition side, on the large caliber, that costs a ton of money to build more capacity. We are investing now $200 million in Perry, in Florida, to set up the first production line for tactical rocket motors. This is in cooperation with Prime, with Raytheon, but we are open for business for everyone. And this is really needed. We see the consumption of missiles in Ukraine and also in the Middle East, that this is the industry has to step up. And we have to step up by a big factor. We cannot compensate this in any way other than increase the business volume. The bottlenecks are clearly on energetic material. So although we build capacity, we must have the whole supply chain with us.
So how are there ways that NAMO can contribute to achieving some shoring up of those bottlenecks when it comes to energetics or anything else?
Yeah, I think that what we are contributing with is that we are basically being our own second source. We are sourcing raw material both from Europe and from the US, and that secures the supply chain slightly better than before.
All right. You've signed major U.S. Army and Marine Corps contracts for the M72 fire from enclosure system. I actually got to see that fired years ago, I think about 7 years ago in Arizona. How are U.S. user requirements shaping your next generation of shoulder-launched weapons now, and what are you kind of learning from places like Ukraine when it comes to developing this?
Yeah, that's a very good question, and it's really shaping the technology going forward. At the Fireform Enclosure M72, now in production with the Marine Corps, is a complete new system. You can fire from almost inside a car and launch an anti-tank weapon. We see the technology is needed, but in the future that technology will move into other type of systems being launched from drones and things like this. So it's this is just one way of using weapon in the future. We clearly see that there is a transition of the warheads from legacy systems. You need powerful warheads onto new type of drones, whether they are airborne or walking on the floor or whatever. So the knowledge on warhead technology is more important than ever.
What are you doing in that space right now? You mentioned that you can put something like this on a drone. So where are you in development, testing? What have you been able to sort of prove out in this area?
Yeah, we are building a suite of warheads where you can adapt it to whatever drone you have, and you can 3D print the interfaces and so on, and they meet military standards. This is what we have learned from the war in Ukraine, and we have discussed with the U.S. Army as well that the rapid learning from the war really dictates how we should focus the technology in order to deliver the best of the best technology to the warfighters.
The U.S. Army is focused on range, precision, resilient supply chains. How is NAMO positioning itself technologically, industrially, to be part of that modernization roadmap over the next 5 years here in the U.S.?
So for range, both on the artillery rounds and on the rocket motor side, we are doing a lot of R&D work on the ramjet side, and that is going well. We are also cooperating very much with the primes, where we see what type of rocket, traditionally solid rocket motors, can be needed in the future. We see, of course, MLRS turning into GMLRS and then GMLRS. So range is everything. But the combination of range and precision, we need also new technology. We cannot afford to shoot $2.5 million pop to take out a Chinese drone.
Exactly. Yeah. Yes. You've said that the West shouldn't try to match Russia 1-to-1 in ammunition output, but should instead, win on range and precision and quality. What does that look like in practice, and where do you see the biggest bottlenecks in scaling production? From your perspective in Norway.
I think that it's the biggest challenge we have in order to support Ukraine is not actually in the defense industry to scale up now. It's in the tier below to get the raw material, to get the explosives, the nitrocellulose, all the stuff that's needed. So we need to make the governments aware that we are not better than the weakest link in the whole supply chain.
Absolutely. Well, what are you doing in that space? How are you trying to solve that bottleneck issue with the raw materials?
So I think from our side, we are integrated more vertically. We have our own nitrocellulose factory. We do not have an explosives factory. I wish we had. But of course, we need to work very close with even commercial companies that make raw material for the explosives industry, that we have a secure supply chain.
Okay. You've argued that the defense industry needs 10 to 15-year commitments from governments just to justify new plants or equipment. So how receptive are governments to that idea? and how should risk be shared between industry and the state in this new era of sustained demand?
Yeah, I think that when typically 3.5 years ago when the war broke out, it was kind of a hard message to sell to the governments that they had to invest in industrial capacity into an industry that was already making money. But now they have seen that the investments are so huge and we are building a very big capacity. We see that this is has now developed into long-term contracts. We see it on the missile side in the US, that there are more multi-year contracts coming out. And in Europe, we see it that there are a couple of plus 10-year contracts coming out. When these type of contracts come, then we can finance the whole program ourselves. So slowly by slowly we are getting there, but I would say there is a huge momentum with the governments now. They do understand the defense problem, and there is a massive support, both from the US government, of course, but also a huge support in Europe from EU to set up defense industry programs to support this effort.
Yes, we're seeing that in the U.S. with things like the new multi-year contract, billions of dollars for PAC-3 MSE, for instance. So I think it's good to see that, especially after companies have invested pretty heavily in advance, anticipating something like that and hoping that it comes to fruition. You've been outspoken about Europe needing to prioritize electricity for defense production. You even joked governments must choose between cat videos and critical facilities. How real is that constraint today? I think we talked about this a couple of years ago, last time we sat down. What policy changes would make a big difference for you, and have you seen any movement on that?
It's when we build up the parts of the defense industry needs more energy, of course, like any other industry. What we are seeing is that typically data storage facilities is eating up a lot of the national grid. So we need to have some government prioritization about who's going to get the electricity. I have a recommendation that we don't store the video number 4 of your cats. Just leave that for the trash. Then we can have some energy left for ammunition production. But seriously, it is moving in. I think the governments are more aware, especially in Europe, that there are some dilemmas around this on energy capacity, and we are seeing that there is a lot of effort solving this issue now.
Looking ahead, as wartime demand eventually stabilizes, how do you see NAMO's mission evolving? Both in technology like ramjet, precision, automation, and in sustaining industrial momentum for Europe's defense base.
I think that it's hard to say when this demand will go over. I thought when the Ukrainian war started about a year. After 2 years, I said 5 years. Now I say 10 years. So it will take definitely a long time. But after that, I think that we will, the winners in 10 years from now are those who invest the most in R&D and make sure that you are relevant as a company in 10 years from now. If you only focus on production, you will lose out at the end of the day, because you cannot stop the rapid development cycles that are going now.
Right. Well, thank you so much for taking the time here at AUSA. I hope you have a great rest of the show. It was good to talk to you again.
Thank you very much. Same to you.
readiness, resilience, and deterrence. Defense News is confronting the toughest questions facing our forces, from modernization and force posture, multi-domain operations, and alliance building. We are the authoritative, independent voice for the global defense community. Reporters stationed around the world, we deliver trusted, timely, and in-depth coverage of defense policy, technology, leadership, and innovation. Defense leaders rely on us to start the conversations that matter. Clarity, credibility, always placing the facts first. At Defense News, our mission is to inform, connect, and challenge the defense community, because the future depends on getting it right. As new technologies and emerging threats reshape the battlefield, so too must the strategies that ensure readiness, resilience, and deterrence. Defense News is confronting the toughest questions facing our forces, from modernization and force posture to multi-domain operations and alliance building. We are the authoritative, independent voice for the global defense community. With reporters stationed around the world, we deliver trusted, timely, and in-depth coverage of defense policy, technology, matter. Clarity, credibility, always placing the facts first. At Defense News, our mission is to inform, connect, and challenge the defense community, because the future depends on getting it right. As new technologies and emerging threats reshape the battlefield, so too must the strategies that ensure readiness, resilience, and deterrence. Defense News is confronting the toughest questions facing our forces, from modernization and force posture to multi-domain operations and alliance building. We are the authoritative, independent voice for the global defense community. With reporters stationed around the world, we deliver trusted, timely, and in-depth coverage of defense policy, technology, leadership, and innovation. Defense leaders rely on us to start the conversations that matter. Clarity, credibility, always placing the facts first. At Defense News, our mission is to inform, connect, and challenge the defense community, because the future depends on getting it right.
Let's do this. All right, folks, good afternoon, one and all. Welcome to yet another Defense News panel discussion here on day 2 of AUSA. I am J.D. Durkin, a contributor here at Defense News. This afternoon, we're taking a look at one of the most complex and one of the most consequential challenges facing the U.S. military. That is, of course, the crucial issue of defending the U.S. homeland. Between cybersonic weapons, cyber intrusions, electronic warfare, adversaries are testing the limits every day of traditional missile defense. Before we kick things off this afternoon, I would like to thank the team at CACI for joining today's discussion and for their support. And who better to have this conversation with to kick off the panel this afternoon than the great Pete Gallagher. Pete is Senior Vice President of Program Support and Solutions at CACI. Pete, welcome. It's great to have you here today.
Hey, thanks, JD. It's my honor to be here. Thank you.
This is a world of highly advanced cyber tools. You don't even have to be really in the weeds as a cybersecurity expert to understand the imminent challenges and how they grow seemingly by the day. Pete, as you evaluate where we are, what would you say are among the biggest gaps we have right now in terms of homeland defense today?
I would just say, the ability to leverage every tool we have in our kit bag that we have used for decades in overseas and treat the United States as an area that we can defend. And that goes from everything from national level assets in space-based, capabilities that, give us a left-of-launch capability to analyze and reduce the threat, and then everything down to from national level intelligence and all the way down to small counter-UAS systems that can protect the borders and the coastline.
Yeah, we'll get to a bit more of left-of-launch priorities in just a bit. Let's take a look at 3 distinct buckets. You got cyber, you got space, you got EW, electronic warfare. How important, Pete, do you think it is for all 3 of those to effectively and seamlessly be integrated into the general space of missile defense?
It's absolutely critical. I mean, electronic warfare is really the ability to counter adversaries' capabilities and take non-kinetic action. In order to do that, you have to have, solutions that are cyber hardened and capable of withstanding adversaries' desire to threaten every tool that we bring out. And space-based systems all rely on connectivity, and they all have edge compute and requirements, and all of those are surface area that have to be protected through cybersecurity.
Yeah, Pete, I would not be doing my job as a reporter in 2025 if I did not ask you something about AI, artificial intelligence, these other emerging technologies. How can AI, as well as advanced analytics, help in crisis decision-making?
I think it accelerates the speed of decision-making. It makes it easier for analysts to focus on, analyzing the data that matters most. You get the algorithms built to do some of the mundane tasks, and provide capabilities so analysts can decide a lot faster, make recommendations to commanders faster, and it helps commanders with decision making. I think it also helps us in the world of logistics as well. The ability to know and understand the status of your magazine depth, the ability to know the performance of all of your capabilities out there and be able to sustain the force logistically. And I think in an area, you talked about cyber, having AI algorithms to enable smart networking capabilities where you have self-healing networks that can protect against those cyber threats.
There have been a lot of renewed conversations here in 2025 about why effective missile defense needs to begin more and more preemptively. You mentioned earlier in our conversation this idea of being left of launch. How do we connect early warning systems with missile defense systems in a way that is faster and a way that is better as well?
Well, in our company, we've been supporting the intelligence community for decades, and there's been a lot of investments in space-based, sensor capability, foreign instrumentation, signals intelligence, very, very high end, the ability to break down signals down to the root level and understand what's going on. If you see something flying, you can analyze it by the speed, by the weight, and understand if it's a threat or if it's weaponized. The ability to kind of sense and understand, especially when you're talking about Indo-PACOM, the tyranny of distance and the impact to being able to see things as far left as possible in order, again, to protect our coastline and protect our homeland. So it's absolutely critical, I think, to apply all those tools that allow us to understand what is really happening. Right? What is coming our way, and how do we, again, take that intelligence and turn it into action and defend against those threats.
Pete, from where you're positioned at CACI, I can't help but wonder, are there components of the general missile defense conversation you think are misunderstood, or realities of it that you wish more people had a better grasp of?
Well, I'm not necessarily a self-proclaimed missile defense expert, but what I will tell you is conferences like these, we are meeting with Space and Missile Defense Command. We have met with, the Missile Defense Agency. We have engaging with the customers to see what they need and how we can deliver the best possible solution to give them what they need. It's really about it, and that's why I think events like AUSA are so important. The opportunity for industry to meet with the customers that have the mission requirement. They identify their seams and their gaps in their ecosystem, and then we try to provide a solution that's going to help fill those.
Yeah, I can imagine just one of the many challenges is just how quickly emerging all of the underlying technology is. But I wonder, with an eye to the future trends, future innovations, what's most on your radar that you think will be most responsible for shaping the future of Homeland Defense?
Well, I think you're seeing just the rise of unmanned platforms, the number of drones, and the fact that they can be acquired so cheaply and can be used for, the wrong purpose. And being able to defend every level, from groups 1 through 5, the small little attritable drones all the way up to the big, drones in the sky and everything in between, and being able to counter any risk, I think that's critical. And we've been doing it for over a decade, but it's constantly evolving. They're using different signals. They're finding different ways to control them. One-way attack drones, being able to guard against that. You mentioned AI earlier. I think the advance of AI is just going to continue to advance. Algorithmic warfare is a real thing. And I think as we go forward, it's just going to become, kind of like Google was a while back. It becomes, it's at your fingertips, and you're going to use it every day for everyday decision-making, for analytical work, for any staff and functional officer in any organization is going to be leveraging AI to their advantage. And I think those are key. And then just the constant proliferation of, the Internet of battlefield things that are happening, everything going out there from wearables to robotics, all the emerging technology, it's being fielded faster and cheaper, and being able to interconnect all those things and guard against the threat of those things is, I think, our Department of War and our services, especially the Army, have been looking at this really hard. And I think that's why you're seeing a lot of the Army transformation initiatives that the chief has talked about earlier today. They're coming into place. They see the writing on the wall, and the Army's making big change for all the right reasons.
And Pete, luckily for all of our audience who's here and watching at home, I know you'll be hanging out for the hour here on the panel. But before I let you go, kind of more personally, what most excites you about the work that you and your colleagues are doing at CACI that you would want more people to pay attention to?
Well, I'm a retired soldier, and I'm a father of 2 soldiers. And I think what excites me the most is that our company is big enough to have structure, but we're also very agile. We've been on a trajectory of acquiring capabilities that have allowed us to provide great support to the intelligence community, to the special operations community, and other key elements that, as we bring those capabilities to the Department of War and to the Army, we realize there's an opportunity to reuse a lot of those technologies and expand upon them, make them better. And I think that excites me as a father of 2 soldiers, being able to provide solutions that will help them. And one is a military intelligence officer, the other is a communications officer, giving them solutions that's going to allow them to do their job better.
Yeah, thank you for your service and those for the members of your family as well. Pete Gallagher, Senior Vice President of Program Support and Solutions at CACI. Pete, thanks a lot for kicking off the panel and the conversation with me for a little fireside one-on-one. I know you're hanging out for the hour. Folks, don't go anywhere. It is time now to shift our focus to a bit of a deeper conversation with Pete and a handful of others on the policy, strategic, and tech dimensions of defending the U.S. homeland. Pete, thank you.
Thank you, JD. Appreciate it.
All right. Feel free to move your mics. It doesn't have to be super close, but just to make sure that their voices are picking up. Hi, I'm Jen Judson, land warfare reporter for Defense News, and I'm here to discuss Homeland Defense with a really great panel here. We have, just right here, Tom Carrico from CSIS, Bob Peters, Heritage Foundation, Daniel Gerstein, who served as acting Undersecretary for Science and DHS from 2011 to 2014, is now at RAND, and Peter Gallagher at CACI, Senior Vice President of Program Support and Solutions. Hope I got that right. So just to frame things, Golden Dome is a new U.S. Homeland Missile Defense Initiative that was announced under President Trump. That's been a big buzzword that many are not allowed to say still, but love to dive into that a little bit. But the Army's role is really expanding here, not just in the classical ICBM defense via ground mid-course defense, but in other ways. We're talking cruise missile defense, hypersonic weapons, all those things are emerging, drone swarms. And the Army is developing and adapting systems like the Integrated Battle Command System that's coming online. So a lot happening in the Army, a lot happening when it comes to redesign of Homeland Defense. But let's talk first about the threat prioritization, what's happening there. So which threats, ballistic, cruise, hypersonic, drones, pose the greatest risk to U.S. homeland in the near term, like the next 5 to 10 years? And Tom, I'll go to you first, and then we'll kind of go down I'd love to get everyone's opinion on this question.
Yeah, well, look, it's obviously an all of the above thing, but you asked it in relative terms. And we've had the ground-based mid-course defense system there for the rogue state ICBM threat, and that's a big, maybe the larger threat. But frankly, I think that the more likely and the nearer term priority is and ought to be on the garden variety threats that we're seeing on a weekly basis in Ukraine. It's the cruise missiles, it's the regional stuff. And the problem is that we've thought about air and cruise missile defense as a regional problem for over there. But North America is a region too, and we have to think about the specter of a spider's web or those kinds of threats from off our coast, from a ship or an aircraft, or frankly from inside. And that's why lots and lots of air defense. We're not going to defend everything, but limited area defense is going to be a key part of the Golden Dome architecture, and that's, I think, a rightful prioritization.
Yeah, I agree. I do think, intercontinental missiles for sure, hypersonics are a huge threat, but we can't overlook the risk of cheap technology in the hands of a nefarious actor. And, I think making sure we've got the ability to protect our coastline and protect our northern and southern border. Right. Counter UAS is critical. I think it's a key component to it as well. Okay.
I'd largely agree with how Tom laid it out. I'm particularly concerned about mixed salvo attacks in which you've got stuff coming in from offshore, potentially stuff from inside American harbors coming out of containers, but also with some long-range, whether you want to call it IRBMs or ICBMs, both from rogue states but also from peer actors that may be trying to throw kind of a brushback pitch against the United States to say, you're involved in overseas conflict, we can reach out and touch your homeland. You don't have the same degree of stake that we have in this conflict. So unless you want your homeland to be at risk, you need to back out. And I think that's in many ways why you see such an emphasis on Golden Dome and having a system that can address a variety of threats that could be part of a mixed salvo attack, both for the theater sense, but also for what I call kind of a limited coercive pathway attack by the adversaries.
I'm going to take a little bit of a different approach, and I'm going to say the nearest alligator to us is really the drone threat. They are cheap, they are ubiquitous. We are seeing what's going on in Ukraine, and there is such innovation that it is only a matter of time until we see some kind of campaign directed against the United States. And that could be from internal within the United States. The other thing that's interesting is we had a series of drone incursions within the country where we couldn't identify the perpetrators. And we spent about 3 months fumbling around. And everybody was depending, for example, on the Army's capacity And it turns out that, even the Army has some holes. And so I think we're really facing a really challenging threat, highly adaptive, and one that is going to be with us very shortly. Now, I would say that the gentleman on the panel, I agree wholeheartedly. We have a full range of threats that we have to deal with. One more note on the drones. I'm worried about drones against critical infrastructure. 85% of our critical infrastructure is held in the private sector. How are we going to fund drone solutions to protect that critical infrastructure? It is an enormous challenge.
Yeah, there's so much to peel back here. In terms of Golden Dome, we don't know what the architecture is yet. We have ideas of what it will likely consist of in many ways. So I'd love to hear from each of you what you think, broad view, what Golden Dome should include or emphasize. And I'll start down here with Daniel on this. Just a few things that you feel that Golden Dome really needs to emphasize and focus on to be an effective new approach to the defense of the homeland.
Well, let me start looking at the history of sort of missile defense and defense of the homeland. In this case, I'll talk about the Soviet homeland. One of the things that we tried to do during the Cold War was to make them go broke by having to spend against our bomber fleet. And that's exactly what happened. They could not defend their entire perimeter. And so when I look at the Golden Dome, I'm both, excited by the opportunities, but I think we have to be very candid on what capacity are we trying to build. Are we trying to stop 100% of all incursions? Are we trying to stop 10% of all incursions? And the answer to that question gives you a very different architecture, and then against what threats. And so I'll let the gentleman talk about this because I know they've spent a lot more time thinking about questions of architecture, but I worry about, the costs and the effectiveness equation.
I mean, what I would say is that for Golden Dome to work, you've got to integrate existing architectures that we have into a cohesive system. So you're talking about THAAD, both in the homeland and overseas, Patriot systems, Aegis systems, as well as ground-based interceptors into a unified battle management system. But then I think what's really going to be innovative is the space-based interceptors that can shoot down. I would offer not 800 ICBMs flying over the poles when, the bad guys fire everything at us. But in my mind, it's to be able to increase the cost of an adversary who wants to put 10 or 20 weapons down in the North American homeland and force them to increase their shot size to about 140, 150 shots so that they're not incentivized to go to this kind of low escalation pathway. So if you had 2,200 or so space-based interceptors, I think that gets you a fighting chance to get 80 to 90% of a shot that's about 140 to 150 launches at the North American homeland. And I take Dan's point about the cost. The only thing I'd say is our economy is so much greater than the Soviets' economy. I don't want to spend money blindly, but I think we do have the resources to do it if we look at it as a generational long investment.
Yeah, I agree. I think you mentioned the architecture. There are sensors we have space-based solutions today. We have an architecture that kind of spans from Title 50 to Title 10 to Title 32, and all of this is a problem where we want to use the ecosystem. We want to make sure we overcome authorities to use our most exquisite national assets to protect this critical battle space known as the continental United States. And so I think it's key that we work through the authorities, the classification levels, and make sure we're capitalizing on every sensor we have out there to get as far left of launch as possible. Anything that looks like an anomaly, we immediately have actionable intelligence and take the appropriate action. And that action doesn't necessarily have to be a shoot down. It could be a non-kinetic effect to cause something to go spinning out of control, and leveraging non-kinetic effects countering adversaries' ability to command and control, countering their ability countering their ability in space, and obviously countering UAS or counter drone, which is I think key to the Golden Dome process is, the cost of using a non-kinetic. First of all, you don't have magazine depth issues, right? If there's a way to apply non-kinetic effects and not have to spend, billions on missiles, that's an advantage that we want to make sure we exploit to our advantage, I think.
Yeah, nothing's perfect, nothing's free, and nothing's easy when you're up against an adversary who has structured attacks and is thoughtful, things like that. I'll just say two buckets, current stuff and new stuff. In terms of the current stuff, we do need, as Bob said, to put together the things that we have available today. I don't think it will or should look like rolling up a THAAD battery that is, after all, built and ruggedized to hang out in the desert alone and unafraid. It's going to look different. It's going to be a lighter footprint, and that's a good thing, so that we can do more. You're going to see, in a way, I think, the realization of what we've been talking about for years and years, the componentization and the disaggregation of the battery and the battalion, so that lots of different sensors and different interceptors can shoot off of different sensors. So yeah, you're going to have Patriot and THAAD and Standard missiles and such put together in a way that is tailored to the continental United States and all 50 states. But I think there's a couple other things. One is the integrated battle management layer that is going to have to overlay the fire control systems of the several things that exist today. Needs to pull in, and you alluded to this a little bit, both the military and non-military sensors. And one thing that I would really flag is we need a whole-of-government approach. It's always there in the national security strategy. It was integrated deterrence in the last administration. It'll be something else in this administration. And that means going to the FAA and making sure that the current air traffic control radars and whatever we're going to replace them with in a couple of years are, no kidding, tied into Golden Dome for what's called wide area surveillance and the support of the limited area defense. That's an opportunity that itch needs to be scratched. And what you were talking about in terms of the non-kinetic and the left of launch stuff, we're talking about IC stuff to some extent. And so it's not just DOD and it's not just civilian, but it's also going to be, I think, incumbent upon the DRPM and really the White House and the EO that is behind all of this to say, no, this is not just a Pentagon problem. We need the White House to lean on the non-DOD entities, FAA, weather, border sensors, all this kind of stuff, DHS, and yes, the IC as well. And so that, I think, is going to be critical to making this all happen. And then, you're going to have your new stuff on the space-based interceptor thing. We might want to get that to another question, so okay, I'll come back to that. I'll hold my fire.
It's floating out there. Okay, and Daniel, I know you had something to pile on there.
Just a very quick thought. I agree with the notion of working toward a Golden Dome, and as that's being done, it's going to be important to bring in those homeland security capacities and find out what are those lucrative targets that need to be protected, a matter of the utmost urgency, because we have some irreplaceable critical infrastructure. If it is destroyed, it could literally change our economy, et cetera, et cetera. And so I would just make the point that it needs to be whole of government to include at the state and local levels to find out where they feel the pain the most to prevent that from occurring.
I would agree with that. Let me just pile on, though, is we could spend the next 10 years arguing with the local governments and everybody who has a different idea of what ought to be protected. I would just ask the Golden Dome office to walk down the hall to Northcom and ask them what their critical asset list is in ranked order and start there. We can adjust it over time.
I'm fine with that outcome.
Yeah, keep it simple. I did want to ask about space-based interceptors. Obviously, that is probably the farthest afield here. I mean, there's a lot of things that the Army in particular has that is, could be part of this architecture that's readily available. Just will require some restructuring, but that's something that is something that I think since the Reagan administration at least has been pursued. how close are we to actually having this not be as much of a pipe dream as it is? Is it technologically ready at the timeline, say, that President Trump wants? How are we supposed to think about that aspect of Golden Dome? Because he has set a timeline of 3 years, but and I think in some sense you have to look at it as, you can put things together and put an architecture in place and then maybe build on that. How far away are we from space-based interceptors at this point?
I mean, what I would say is that, there's two big differences from when Ronald Reagan wanted to do this. And the first is the computational power, and the second is the ability to put kilograms in orbit in a way that's not going to break the bank. It's still going to be expensive, but nowhere near as it was in 1986. The second thing I'd say is that I think that from an engineering perspective, this is easier than putting a man on the moon within 8 years, which is what we did in 1969. Okay. It's easier than inventing the idea of the atomic bomb and then building it within 4 years. And so from an engineering perspective, it is easier than two really difficult things that we've done in the past in American history. It's not to say it's going to be easy, but I'm saying it's not outside the realm of possibility. I think trying to go for boost phase intercept from a space-based platform in the immediate term is probably a bridge too far. You probably want to go for something that may be easier, so maybe you'll get mid-course intercept.
Yeah.
And I think trying to get something that's IOC by 2028 may also be a bridge too far. I would be happy if the Golden Dome office could come up with a proof of concept and maybe do some initial tests by 2028. If they can do that, I think that would be a tremendous win. But I mean, I defer to Tom on this question as well.
Yeah, I think I absolutely agree. I think just about everybody would concede that, as we've seen exoatmospheric kinetic kills become routine in the Middle East and in Ukraine, we couldn't possibly hit a bullet with a bullet. Now we're complaining about we're not hitting the bullets with bullets cheaply enough, that kind of a thing. So it is not a technological problem. It's not a launch cost problem anymore, as you rightly note. It is, however, necessarily still a wicked war-fighting problem. And I think I'm positive you're going to need many, many more thousand to get after either a sizable or a well-structured attack. How many you need is going to depend upon where they're coming from and how the attack is structured. Because kind of like you can punch a hole, because those orbits are extremely predictable, and most of your standard sort of legacy SBI concepts, almost all of your interceptors are out of range at any given time. And so I want to introduce a criterion here that I think actually the Space-Based Interceptor Industry Day has gone forward. Perhaps unfortunately, they have taken out the EXO mid-course piece of it, doing other things. But I think we need to be dramatically more imaginative than what, frankly, they seem to be doing so far. And what I mean by that is, and General Whiting from Space Command has put this on the table, that the thing about the legacy Brilliant Pebble architectures is that everybody knows where they are. They are not maneuver warfare. They are attrition warfare. And that may be good enough for some limited threats, but for the major powers, we've got to figure out how to, no kidding, break their attack plan and unsettle them and fracture them. It's not going to be sufficient to do it with highly static, highly predictable orbits.
All right, we talked a lot about the exquisite technology there, but the counter UAS problem, like you've highlighted, is a really big one, and it's in my humble opinion, the Army specifically is still really trying to figure this out, and is still trying a bunch of different things and has solutions, but it's it seems like it's kind of reinventing the wheel here. There was a joint counter UAS, small UAS office, and now there's a new task force, and there's always like a new way to try to wrangle all the counter UAS. I think that's going to be a similar problem when you look at the Golden Dome infrastructure, architecture. How do you approach the counter UAS problem with solutions? There's a lot out there too. Like, how do you find those solutions? What's the appropriate one? Is that something where we'd work with a whole bunch of different companies with a whole bunch of different ideas? How do you wrap your arms around this whole thing? Pete, you look like you're ready to have an answer there.
At least have a little bit of conversation here. Yeah, so I mean, it is, threat drives investment, threat drives where we go. And clearly the UAS problem or the drone problem is real. And I think, General George and the Secretary talked about it yesterday. Their 3 priorities is getting drones to our soldiers that they can use as combat multipliers, electronic warfare, but then the counter drone and the ability to provide those capabilities. As a company that provides a program of record to the Army and we've been doing it, very exquisite capability that can do groups 1 through 5, a lot of that's at the highest classification level, but there are, other capabilities. I mean, we've been doing it as a company for about 20 years, and there are other companies doing, similar work as well. I mean, we've got over 700 counter-UAS systems deployed today, and we have, we've defeated thousands of threats, okay? But, there's always that concern. Do you have them positioned, especially in the homeland? Do we have placement of the best capabilities, and can we leverage them to their fullest extent when some of them require very exquisite signals intelligence and working through the ability to, you mentioned the IC earlier, the criticality of having that left of launch knowledge and being able to apply that to systems that are readily available and positioning at key nodes to, again, protect our northern and southern border and the coastline, I think is critical.
Yeah, so, when I was in Homeland Security, we had a counter-UAS program, and we were working very hard on it. But what I took away from the program was it isn't always the technical aspects. It had a lot to do with what can you do in the homeland. So, for example, it sounds really good. One member of Congress said, well, if a drone's flying over me, I'm going to shoot it down. And that sounds good. But if you're, on, F Street in D.C., you are not going to start shooting down drones and killing people on the ground. So you also have to build into what will work. So we started out being able to take control of the UAS and try to land it safely. We've now, there's kinetic options. There are laser options that are being tried. But, we're in the middle of a cat and mouse. We're seeing it unfold in the Ukraine. There is something that works, and then 3 days later it doesn't work, and they're literally adapting their systems in about 3 weeks' time, fielding whole new systems to try to get at this problem. So, I think technology is a great thing to work on. We've got to figure out, but we also have to be innovative and willing to get out there and put money toward this problem. As I say, I think it's the nearest alligator of what we've talked about so far.
I'll just say, I think it's important to recognize it not as a new species of alligator, but as rather just another piece of air defense, right? Is the next chapter of air defense. And I remember this was a criticism I made in writing in 2019 of the Missile Defense Review that was put out in 2019, like, how did you not have counter-UAS even mentioned in there? That's since been remedied, and now it's kind of obvious that we need that sort of thing as part of the overall air and missile defense approach. But I guess I would also say that it has to be doable, and the beginning of wisdom here is to recognize that we can't defend everything, and so that's why that selection of what kidding you're going to defend is going to be so important. And that's why I think about on any given day, you're going to have a lot of little domes. It's kind of like you can't fly your Cessna over the Super Bowl, or you'll regret it. And so think about it as lots of little Super Bowl bubbles, and not just on the big day, but throughout the year, for more than one thing, as it were. And oh, by the way, hopefully that will change, because we don't want our adversaries to know that there's exactly these 10 things, and everything else is free game. So I think the principles of deception and the principles of confusion this is where the launchers, we may not know where they are. They may be disguised. They should be disguised and concealed. We wrote a report on this in 2017 advocating exactly this sort of thing, that we don't want China to know exactly where our A2AD bubbles extend to and where they don't.
I wanted to ask about tying all this stuff together here. So, how capable is current command and control infrastructure like IBCS, we're here at an Army conference, of integrating data from widely distributed sensors and distributing fire solutions, in real time? How, what are the latency or resilience or cybersecurity concerns that you need to think about? when you talk about putting this entire architecture together?
I think a common intelligence picture is critical to all this, because it is going to take the intelligence community. You got to have commonality of, that what are you seeing and how can a decision maker or an analyst make sense of it and do something with that information. So I think the criticality of a common intelligence picture that's being leveraged by every COCOM service and agency out there, using tools that allow you to operate and chat at multiple levels of security through like a chat. I mean, there are systems out there today. Getting all of those systems out to all the key players to make sure they can leverage them to their advantage, and then settling on what is the common operational picture of choice is going to allow you to take that intel picture and then take action, either kinetic or non-kinetic. So I think the C2 infrastructure is going to need some work, but I think there are capabilities that are out there today that can be appropriately applied to this problem set.
Yeah, I think it's really important, though, to understand that, when you're talking about the defense of the homeland, you are dealing with this hodgepodge of different organizations. And at the local level, for example, they're not cleared for your common operational picture. So we need to think differently about what we are going to share with state and locals. Even to the point of sharing intelligence. Now, we can do this, and we've granted limited clearance for times when we felt it was necessary. But we've got two big events coming up. One is the Olympics, and the other is the World Cup. And we're going to have to surge assets to make sure that those are protected. And how are we going to share that information, especially with the World Cup geographically dispersed around the country? So again, I'm come back to, it's not necessarily about the technology. It is very much about the culture and, our processes and procedures, policies.
Yeah, I agree. I think the classification level, it is going to matter because we want to leverage our high-end resources at the strategic level, and then but down at the edge, and when there's an event like the Super Bowl, and we've been doing this for a while, as a country, our counterterrorism community all get together and they work together and they're all operating on the tactical assault kit or whatever you want to call it. They're all using a standard user interface, and everybody is kind of working that at the unclassified level, and they're sharing information. We're doing, the special ops community is doing similar things with coalition counterparts. And so if we can share data and strip out the sources and methods, and we can share with a coalition partner in a place like Afghanistan or Iraq, I think we can share with the local law enforcement, state and local, that same kind of information at the unclassified level where it makes sense.
I'll just jump in. I mean, look, you can't swing an Abrams turret at AUSA without hitting somebody's counter-UAS widget. And I think what my concern is, let's not let the best become the enemy of the good. Fort Greely, Alaska, at long last, is actually the location of a pilot program for counter-UAS. And that's great. But the soldiers in the 300th who are on the station, who are, or in Colorado Springs that are looking at, should we shoot a GBI? They don't necessarily also need to be the same people who are seeing the data feeds for the skies over Fort Greely, Alaska. What I'm trying to say is not everything needs to be shared with everybody, and trying to let the best be the enemy of the good. The other practical thing here is don't try to redo the fire control systems of FAD, of IBCS, of Aegis. Those things have been humming along for a long time. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. And that's why it's not command and control. It's battle management over the several command and control or control systems, especially. So I think we need to be real specific about what is the very concrete functions and problems we're trying to solve, and that's what the battle management thing is going to go after. Admittedly, however, it's not just for missile defense. It is very much for missile defeat and all the left of launch, and that's where it gets a whole lot harder, and that's where it's the Northcom commander who has to be reaching out and touching things, left of launch and all that stuff.
Okay. What role will AI and autonomy play, and what are the trade-offs when it comes to reliability, decision authority, and risk related to implementing some of these capabilities when you're dealing with so much data that's coming through? Anyone want to take that first?
Let me just start out with some fundamental thoughts about AI. I mean, it's going to be transformative for the homeland as well. We will have greater ability for situational awareness, the data information sharing to reduce vulnerabilities. But there's another piece of AI, and that is, it's being used as an offensive tool. It's also able to create its own cyber attacks when directed against appropriate systems. And so we have to look at this, again, as a two-sided issue that we're going to have to deal with. We've seen the rollout of cyber, we've seen the rollout of social media, and now AI. And I'll just say the record is not very good on any of those. For example, social media, we still don't really have any limits on what can be put online. What's there is, sort of the Wild West. And, we're seeing how it has changed our culture, how it has interfered with information flow, including in election times. So, I mean, this is really a big problem, and I would love to see us get AI right and have, Congress as a partner with appropriate laws, but, not to stifle the innovation, because this is a big deal, and we do stand to benefit from the situational awareness, from the increased effectiveness. So modulating that is something that is going to have to be done by whole of government working together, coming up with solutions.
I think, any tool we can use to automate the kill chain and reduce the speed from sensor to shooter is key. And I think AI plays a role in that. How do we build the algorithms that's going to make the analyst's job easier and faster to be able to accelerate the speed of decision making? So I think that's kind of thing one, is how do you leverage it to accelerate the speed of sensor to shooter in the kill chain or the kill web, whatever you want to call it. I think the other aspect is knowing and understanding your logistical status. Predictive analytics for knowing what you have and how to manage it is key. And I do think as this rolls out, how everything gets interconnected, leveraging AI to have smart self-healing network connectivity that can kind of mitigate risk and make sure the network is resilient and it's hardened and there's alternate paths built in, and you use AI algorithms to kind of help with that, software-defined networking, but it's also how do you make that network self-healing. And I think all of that, there's a role for AI for sure. And it's got to be deliberate, it's got to be well thought out. And as I think all of you see, and we all see it's like anything else, generative AI can give you about an 80% solution. And it takes, some of the burden off, but you still got to apply the human touch. And, it's only as good as whatever you prompt it to do. And so I think there's some risk. I think the risk gets mitigated as the algorithms start learning, and it gets. But I do think it's a good thing. I think there is significant risk, and like anything else, as mentioned earlier, if a nefarious actor uses it to his advantage, we got to figure out how to counter it.
Well, Jen, like you, I was a liberal arts major, which means I'm barely smart enough to spell AI ML. But I'll just say I think it's real important to focus. Let's just say the smart AI people I talk to get really irritated whenever they hear somebody say, well, we'll just sprinkle some AI on it. Yeah. And I think it's important I put Tabasco on everything. Nothing wrong with that. But I think it's important to figure out what is the problem you're trying to solve, and do you really mean AI? Do you really mean, or do you mean ML, or do you just mean automation? Because the Aegis combat system has had automation built in terms of full auto for forever. And I don't know that we need the decision point to be made for the GMD system. That's the kind of a threat that you don't have a ton of time, but you do have some time. It's a lofted shot. Where I see the benefit is, yes, in automation, and also in threat classification. Because when that drone pops up over the horizon and nobody's seen that drone before, you're going to have to figure out, your radar will see it, but it won't have a threat library to reference it to. And so you're going to have to classify it and say, okay, Mr. AI, what is this thing sufficiently similar to, and therefore how does that tell us that we ought to go kill it? Things like that.
the General Graney, Space and Missile Defense Command commander, the Army, has talked about how the Army's role will expand when it comes to homeland defense. How do you view, the potential for the Army's role to expand, maybe in ways that we haven't thought about before? Bob, you definitely, I think, have an idea here, so I'll let you go first.
Yeah, thanks. I mean, what I'd say is I think it's time for the Army to get back into the nuclear business. The Army divested itself of its role in our strategic deterrent in the waning days of the Cold War and then the 1990s, and it made sense at the time, but we're in a different environment, and so given the nature of threat, and particularly in the European theater, but also increasingly in the Indo-Pacific theater, I think it's time that the Army get back into the nuclear business, both with nuclear-armed ground-launched ballistic missiles at the theater range, so call them Pershing 3s if you want, and also nuclear-capable GLICMs, ground-launched cruise missiles, because there is a need for medium-range and intermediate-range nuclear fires, given what we're seeing the adversaries doing in China and also Russia.
Well, I would just jump in and say, I'm going to let Bob have his nuclear GLIBMs, but what I want is the GLIBMs for conventional strike. And this is really the missing missile. And it's a legacy of the INF treaty that we don't have any missiles, that are really up above 500 kilometers. And PRISM is correcting that, but PRISM isn't that big. All right, they're still having to find a way to stuff it into a HIMARS, and it's actually smaller than the ATACMS. So what I'm looking for is the missing missile that is not an ICBM, but that is somewhere in between, like a Pershing, for instance, something like that. And so that's what I'm going to be looking for. Fires are still the king of battle, and long live the king. And you see the demand signal for this from the Ukrainians, from the Russians, and all this sort of stuff. So that's what I predict, actually. I don't just want it. I predict that we're probably going to go that way to get a conventional ground-launched ballistic missile. And by the way, we're doing these expensive LRHW hypersonic thingies. I would just say take off the front end and make a cheaper and faster producible thing that is just a dumb or relatively dumb ballistic warhead, for instance.
And to be clear, yes, I want my nukes, but I am fully agreement with Tom here. If we had some type of ground-launched ballistic capability that had a range of, say, 2,200 to 3,000 nautical miles on it, that would open up a range of possibilities for us.
And I'm not going to talk about missiles, but what I am going to say is that when I was in Homeland Security, we did a lot of research and development that depended on the Army. And so what I would hope is that there would be this collaboration where we could use the better funding of the military, the Department of Defense, to bring in solutions and not have to try to develop our own. Because this Department of Homeland Security, can ill afford that kind of expenditure.
Okay. I do want to talk about the cost of something like Golden Dome. What do you think is the basis for $175 billion estimate over 3 years? In your view, $175 billion seems like a lot of money for 3 years. So, help us all understand the investment that is needed for something like a Golden Dome across 3 years or beyond that. It's not like it's all necessarily going to be spent in that time frame. But talk about what do you think you can get done with that amount of money? Is it enough? Is it too much? How should we think about it?
So, it depends on what the architecture is, right? What are you going to build? How quickly do you want to get it up there? Right now, I would offer that I think there's some trade space for the Pentagon to do some better prioritization of what it is that they want and give some better guidance to industry. I think that would be helpful. I think that would actually speed things along. And I think that would help control costs. And so the president said $175 billion. Some folks have said it could be as high as $3.6 trillion if you take a maximalist approach over many, many years. And you know what? That's probably in the right ballpark. But I think the first thing to do is figure out what is the architecture, how quickly do you want to get it up there, and I think if you really want to focus on controlling costs, perhaps letting 1,000 flowers bloom simultaneously is not the best way to control costs.
I'll say It's not going to be $175 billion. It's not certainly not going to be $2 trillion. Bob Gates said, don't tell me what your strategy is. Show me your budget, and I'll tell you what your strategy is. Likewise, don't tell me what your budget for Golden Dome is. Show me what you appropriate and put on contract, and I'll tell you what your Golden Dome budget is. Look, we had $25 billion for Golden Dome. Golden Dome is not a program. It's not a system. It's an initiative and an accounting function. And so what's going to matter is, yes, the $25 billion in reconciliation, which, by the way, went until 2029. There's an even chance that the money for Golden Dome, the accounting function, is $25 billion. Because unless and until they get out there and start talking about what it is, like you said, Bob, start talking and start persuading people that this is a necessary and a doable thing, then you've got to actually program for it. Because that reconciliation money, that ain't going to last forever. And until OMB puts it in the base budget and over the course of the 5-year period, then I'll believe it's starting to get real. And when Congress on a bipartisan basis understands, oh, yeah, it's good for us to have some A2AD bubbles of our own, then I'll believe it's real.
All right. In terms of the industrial base, do any of you have thoughts on how the U.S. can ensure the industrial base can scale for Golden Dome? What are some areas that concern you in terms of bottlenecks or just not enough supply chain support? There's very, very many things to be concerned about. Rare earths, is one. But talk to me about how you've thought about the scale that this might entail and whether the industrial base is prepared to handle that rapid growth in certain areas.
I mean, I think broadly speaking, the defense industrial base in the United States is kind of a hot mess right now. And that's, I think there's a lot of reasons for that. And I think there's a lot of bipartisan reasons for that over a number of decades. I won't go too much into the specifics. What I would say is that I think we have to become less of a risk-averse culture, and that it means accepting more risk, potentially when it comes to failure, right? Everyone's talked about like it's okay to fail and you learn important things when you fail. That is a truism, but I would offer that we may need to stop having a safety-first mentality, to be a little bit provocative. I mean, I'm not saying that I want us to be reckless when we build things writ large. I'm not even just talking about Golden Dome. You talk about submarines, you want to talk about building silos out in the Dakotas for Sentinel, you want to talk about building SM-3s, you name it. But we have such a risk-averse culture when it comes to workplace safety, when it comes to environmental hazards. And I'm not trying to recreate Rocky Flats, in which we polluted parts of the Colorado prairie in order to build the Cold War arsenal. But there has to be a happy medium between Rocky Flats and where we are today, 15 years after the 2010 Nuclear Modernization Program of Record began, in which we've produced a single diamond-stamped plutonium pit. One pit in 15 years. Like, we have to find a happy medium between the two. Because right now, our culture of being risk-averse, which within the broad dib, I would offer is killing us.
All right. Anyone else want to pile on that, Tom?
Sure. Look, first of all, I like Bob's metaphor there, and we don't want to pollute the heck out of Colorado, but maybe a little secondhand smoke isn't going to kill us. So a couple things. Number one thing is physician heal thyself. And I'm going to blame the previous Secretary of the Navy who was wagging his finger at industries. Why aren't you building more ships? To which I would say, why aren't you contracting more ships? And so the thing that comes to me first in terms of fixing the industrial base is to fix the defense industrial base's customer. And so the government needs to get a heck of a lot better at contracting and actually like putting things on contract and then doing not just fake multi-year procurement, but real multi-year procurement where the money is up front so that the things can be built and facilitized and all that sort of stuff. And then in terms of what that means, SRMs. And there's been a lot of investment in the smalls, and that's all great. Don't get me wrong. We want more SRM providers of Mark 72s and all this kind of stuff. But we've kind of been playing with the bass and the treble dials. And what we need to just do is turn the volume dial up from the folks that can do those things. And then focal plane arrays, you mentioned the rare earths and all this kind of stuff. It's the fancy sensors and all this sort of stuff that in some extent we are reliant upon the bad guys for. So those are just a few things that come to mind.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, go ahead, Pete.
I think building capacity is thing one, understanding what do we need, and then getting the government to actually forecast what do they want and build the capacity of some of these things. I think between Missile Defense Agency and others, they know what they want. They just haven't been budgeted to put it all on contract and get what they need. So I think building capacity and being predictive and sharing what they really think they're going to need and having the resources behind it to really be good customers is key. And I you nailed it. I do think for industry to invest ahead of need, we got to know that investment is going to actually be beneficial, right? And so I think it's knowing that the government's going to follow through, and that what they say they need, they actually mean it, and then build the capacity, build the magazine depth, understand where to place these things, because we can't protect everything. What are the most critical places, and what capabilities are you willing to pay for, and build the capacity necessary to have the systems in place and enough depth in, the weapon systems or accurate placement of non-kinetic capabilities that's going to give us that kind of, it goes back to his comment about architecture. It's all, we got to understand what they really want, and then are they going to budget for what they need? Does that make sense?
Yes, yeah. Absolutely.
Can I just add one thing on supply chains in general, and that is, we are consistently surprised whenever there is a shock in the system, and it turns out that, it's a supply chain issue. During COVID, for example, we didn't realize that, when the meat packers got sick, that it would shut down the supply chain and the processing would stop, and so we would wind up culling animals and our grocery store shelves would be empty. The same thing happened with the F-35 for the Air Force, that they depended on parts, and some of the second, third, fourth, fifth tiers were unable to provide those parts. And so what I would say is I don't think we understand kind of our, I don't think we're as good anticipatory about our systems. And so I do worry a little bit. And I know you asked mostly about the missile part of this, but there's a lot that goes into it. Microprocessors is another issue that if we're going the way it looks like we're going right now, we're going to have a hard time getting the rare earths. We may lose our leadership role in semiconductors, microprocessors. So what are we going to do to offset some of the other issues that have been introduced here recently? I just think that supply chains is a big deal.
All right, we're almost out of time, but I want to ask, what does success for a Golden Dome or Homeland Defense architecture look like in 3 years? Realistically. I'll start with Tom. I'll just go down the...
Success begins with persuasion. And I'll know that Golden Dome as an initiative, as an accounting function is real when I hear a Democratic member of Congress articulate why a whole lot of it makes sense. Not necessarily all of it, but to make sure that Golden Dome is not a meme or a polarizing thing, but a no-kidding duh moment, which is, duh, we need air defense, duh, we need counter-UAS, we need Super Bowl bubbles all over the country. We assume that the Chinese and the Russians do this. We call them IADs and A2AD, and it's like, well, obviously they're doing that to keep us from penetrating. Well, North America is a region too. We need that stuff too, and so it is persuasion and broad understanding. That's when I'll know it's real, and it will be durable.
I think going back to making sure we're willing to give the commander of NORTHCOM the authorities he needs to use every tool in the kit bag, understanding that there are, specifically on the intelligence side, I think if we can work through the authorities piece, that's one key aspect. I think that's critical, okay? And if they get that sorted out, that's a step in the right direction.
I mean, I agree with Tom in that if we had a bipartisan consensus that says this is a generation-long investment for the nation, this is not a partisan thing, that would be the most important win. From a programmatic perspective, I would go back to if there is some type of programmatic proof of concept, not for space-based interceptors that can smoke something in Boo's face, but what the architecture looks like, how it is going to be integrated in a way that makes sense, and some modicum of success that, yes, we can build the ability to do a space-based mid-course intercept, that would be an enormous win to do by the end of the decade.
And, I agree with what the other panelists have said, but I would take it one step further. I feel like right now Golden Dome is slogan deep. I mean, it's a great slogan. It gets a lot of excitement going. But before I see concepts, architectures, budgets, and support, it's nothing. It's just a lot of talk about slogans. And so what that causes me to wonder about is 2028 real? Or, are we sort of just talking about it with no hope of getting it done? Unlike, say the space race where, we committed, there was a program and put a man on the moon in 8 years. So, there's a big difference.
Yeah. I mean, right now we're not even allowed to say Golden Dome, right? So maybe we'll get to that point soon. We'll see. Thank you so much, gentlemen, for joining me. This has been a really insightful conversation. Thank you especially to Pete here for the sponsorship, with CACI for supporting this important conversation here at AUSA annual meeting. And for continued coverage of national defense and emerging threats, visit defensenews.com for full reporting throughout AUSA. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thanks, Jen.
community.